Up, Ghosty and car park. No, it's western. Wait, do you mean eastern as in like US eastern? Or do you mean like eastern part of the world? 'Cause I'm central US time. Up, hi guy. For some reason I got like practically no sleep. I don't know why. I think it's just because I got a ton of sleep yesterday, but I think it's probably why. I literally got like, I think I woke up at, I fell asleep at like 3, if that says anything. I woke up at 7, so my body really apparently didn't care for sleep today. I think it's just because I got like 12 hours yesterday, but whatever. Which I guess makes up for getting too much sleep yesterday. No, I feel okay actually. I feel pretty much the same as I usually do, which I don't really know if that's like, I mean, obviously I feel tired, but I usually feel tired anyway. I just don't feel nearly as tired as I sometimes do on streams, let me tell you. I actually feel okay, surprisingly, even with only 4 hours of sleep. Also, apparently I have 4th of July off, which is pretty interesting, so I'm gonna have literally a 4-day stream. 4-day stream week, I guess you could call it. That is if I'm not doing anything for the 4 days, but I'll at least have a, even if I'm doing something one day, I'll at least have a 3-day stream week, or at least a 3.5, which is pretty cool. So I think it's looking more and more likely for me to finish this before I move, but I'm not too sure yet. I can definitely know the difference between being tired and being well rested, though. At least rested enough where I don't fall asleep on stream. That's basically my indication. If I'm falling asleep on stream, I'm probably not getting enough sleep. But if I don't fall asleep on stream, but that also depends on what I do as well, though. But I mean, if I don't fall asleep on stream, that's usually a good sign, most of the time at least. Because I'm not gonna lie at this point, I'm not exactly too sure what well rested even means at this point. It seems like it's such a hard thing to do, is being well rested. It's so difficult to actually be truly well rested, like to the point where I'm not tired at all. It's so difficult. It's almost impossible, to be honest with you. I've actually gotten pretty good at doing both. Damn, that was such a sick shot. I wish I could do that more often. Well, I would say fairly good. I wouldn't say I've gotten really good at the pickaxes, but no, it really is though. I just have to predict its movements and maybe guess a little bit as well, but Top dread. About 5%. 5% left of the world. 5 to 6. of Devon. $100 by 100. That's pretty good actually. You know, as much as people talk about like are gonna harp on me not using TNT dupers or world eaters, I think not using TNT dupers or world eaters really separates this project from every other massive mining project out there. It's one of the advantages of doing it this way. It's not the intentional reason for doing it, but I think that's what really separates this from. It also makes it easier to relate to other people as well, to be honest with you. So since this project is so much more relatable to people, it's easier for people to grasp and understand how insane this actually is. Kind of one of the side effects I didn't entirely think about until recently. TNT is messy though. It's just even using the world eaters, which to be fair, world eaters aren't that messy. It's just like it would ruin the integrity of the project. I mean, honestly, if somebody saw this project and I was using TNT dupers or world eaters, would they look at the same way this? Would they look at or look at it the same way if I was using world eaters versus just doing it by hand? I really don't think so, to be honest with you. Which obviously there's still gonna be people that are gonna be like, well, you should have used, or you should use, or you could have used insert faster method, because everybody's gonna be doing that, or a bunch of people are gonna be doing that. Even though it kind of destroys the entire point, the originality of the, or not the originality, but the original point and or the original part of the project. The original, or the, not originality, but it's more like the integrity of the project itself. Because TNT dupers, I don't think they're that messy. I mean, it's still a pain to do it on this world because, how are you gonna finish the world off if you have tools and stuff like that you have to deal with and moving stuff around? I don't understand how you would even do that. I guess you could, like, build something above the land, but, you know, I don't know how that would work. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Oh, there we go. Can I just shotgun it onto? There's some pretty nice amounts of satisfaction with this project, though, to be honest. As tedious as it is, the progression of the project is very satisfying. Now, to be fair, I think I'm pushing it to its absolute limit, to be honest with you. I think this project on its own almost pushes the limit of a project in this game, or in any game, honestly, let's be honest. Combined with the tediousness of it. I mean, this game literally is gonna push the boundaries of a project in general for gaming. As crazy as that sounds, at least from a solo perspective, not from like a community perspective. Actually, even from a community's perspective, at least from the eyes from outside of the community, that is. Yeah, the Nether. The Nether's next. It's way less than half the time. If it takes me 2 years to destroy the nether, I'm gonna be genuinely surprised. It should take less than a year at least, to be honest with you. Especially with the plan that I have, for the time being. I mean, even with the lava, I think it's still gonna take less than a year. I mean, I think I'm mining all the blocks in the nether. Pretty sure all the blocks in the nether is only like 6 million, which I know and it's kind of crazy me saying only 6 million, but 6 million for me at least isn't even that much, to be honest with you. So DJ, so I do have a very odd strategy, but I may have to trial and error it just a little bit, just to figure out what the best method is. So a method I have is pretty much placing a piece of wood down on the surface level of the lava, and then placing a bunch of sand above it, and then whenever the wood the wood it breaks, the sand should fall into the lava pretty perfectly. I mean, it really isn't though. I mean, mining what, like over 40 million blocks? Pretty sure 6 million. Since it's only like an eighth, it's not gonna be that bad, honestly. I mean, that's almost as much water as I've drained in this entire world, so I mean, and I've probably mined more blocks than anybody in this community has ever mined in their entire lifetime as well. So my perspective on the amount of blocks is going to be drastically different than like actually probably anybody besides maybe like 2 or 3 people in this community ever. Besides like the, you know, like people who use like build perimeters and stuff like that, obviously that's a bit different, but in terms of hand mining, yeah, my perspective on it is still gonna be pretty crazy. So I drained based on the section. I didn't section by section for everything. So if there was water in the section, I'd just do the water in that section. Like there's still water in the world as well. That is usually the first thing I do though. Actually no, technically moving the beacons is, and then placing sand and then draining. You can actually see the entire process on the 200-hour time lapse that I have, because I did time lapse an entire section. It's not a good video, but I mean, it's alright to be honest. It's kind of a pain to make. I didn't want to redo it, to be honest. Considering I crashed multiple times. Oh god, my voice. I crashed multiple times trying to make that video, to be honest with you. So yeah, if you want to see literally the entire process of what I've been doing, that's pretty much it. It's a pretty long video though. It's like 11 minutes for 200 hours. I didn't want to make it too fast because I didn't want to freaking have an epilepsy warning on it. I didn't want to go that insane with the speed. It's already like 16,000% or something like that. 16,000% speed increase or whatever. It's still over 11 minutes. Now, to be fair, that section doesn't entirely represent that much of the world because that was the most water in the entire um an entire section. Like that was the most water I've had to drain in one section. It was like 1.2 million blocks of water or whatever. Like that section alone is like 20% of all the water in this world, which is kind of ridiculous to think about. Okay, I definitely wouldn't do this for a bet. That'd be ridiculous. So the only reason it came up was because a guy named Sword King. This is actually literally the reason why I started this project. To begin with, uh, was because a guy named Sword King 090 had a project called Operation Bedrock back in 2012 on Xbox 360. He started the project of mining an entire Minecraft world until the entire world was flat using pickaxes. Hence why I use pickaxes. And why the world's flat. But he basically was putting a good amount of progress into the project until 2017, or until 2016 technically. And then while he was doing his little hiatus, no, it was actually no, he started it. He took his hiatus in 2017. It was like a 10-month hiatus. It was the longest hiatus he actually took until, or since he started. And I was like, you know what, screw it. He's taking a long time. He's only like 15% done in 5 years or whatever. So I was like, alright, well, I guess I'll start my own because I want to see this project being done. So I was like, why not just do it myself anyway? If nobody else is gonna do it, then I mean, might as well me do it. Because I know people want to see this project being done, so I was like, screw it. And I basically started from there. And I've basically kept the integrity of this project. I don't know if I can do better. It's just more like fulfilling the project purely just for that. I mean, it's basically the fine, I'll do it myself type of thing. That's pretty much the entire premise of why I've started it. It's more implicit though than explicit. So basically it was like, I started it, and I was like, okay, I could finish this in 4 to 5 years, because yes, I did figure out how long this would actually take. within a reasonable amount of time. I basically almost planned the entire project from start to finish. I didn't really know what I was gonna do for like section by section until I think a quarter of the world. When I got to a quarter of the world done, that's when I knew what I was gonna do for the rest of the world. Like step by step, every part of it was perfectly planned, knowing exactly when knowing exactly what I had to finish, pretty much. What I had to finish, when to finish it, how long it was gonna take everything. Now I didn't get the exact date or anything like that, but I just knew how many years it was gonna take. What's up, knockoffs? So I've been doing this for around 4.5 years, a little over 4.5 years. Which is pretty much my prediction, to be honest with you, when I first started. It was around 4.5 years. I was like, alright, 2017 right now. That's when I started. Into 2017, I'll finish this by 2022. And that's pretty much how I started it. Or how that was basically my goal, was finish this by 2022. Now, I probably could have finished this quite a bit earlier, actually. I did this project pretty casually, because I knew I wasn't going to take this project super seriously, to be honest, which, to be fair, I really didn't, to be honest. Like, not as serious as people may think, to be honest with you. I could have finished this maybe like 6 months to almost a whole year, depending on how much time I was actually going to devote myself to it. The problem was getting myself to devote myself to something like that at the time period of where I was at. Considering the amount of stuff that I've went through, it's pretty hard to devote yourself to it when you go through some pretty insane stuff. Mentally, at least, you know. Mentally, and some external problems, actually a lot of external and internal problems that have been getting in the way. It was pretty much impossible to fully devote myself to this. Now, I could say I technically devoted myself to this because I've held on to it for so long, and I've made consistent progress because every every quarter of the world has taken around a year and a half, a little less than a year and a half, like a year and a half and a year. So I've been actually extremely consistent over a 4 year period, 4.5 year period. IBX Toolkit has not made a video on this. He made he made 2 videos on Sword King's project. One was for the actual, like, how long it would take, and he used Sword King's world as a demonstration. And then another one for the void at the bottom of the world. But he has not made a video on this yet. Which, I say yet, because it's like, there's a small chance to probably make a video on this, to be honest. Not saying you will. I don't know if I'll actually care enough for it, but I mean, you know, you never know, honestly. People may literally just make videos on this for clickbait, which I don't honestly mind that much. Because let's be honest here, how clickbaity could this possibly be? A lot. Very clickbaity. But it's actually real, which makes it even more enticing, actually. Now, some people may be turned off by it because it's like, oh, well, it's not a Java world, so it's like, whatever, I guess. Or people are going to be confused because it's not a Java world. But, think he actually knows about it. I could be totally wrong on it. I think somebody mentioned to him about at around 17 million. But I don't know yet. I don't know if he actually like truly knows or not. So Reddit mainly. It was Reddit, iFunny, and Instagram, and then there was actually even a gaming article from Nintendo Life that gave a small little shout out. Which, to be fair, I don't know if it was small considering I gained 1,000 subscribers for it, but you know, I gained a ton of subscribers in like 3 months. I went from 48 subscribers on February 26th to 25,000 within May, and then I just kind of stagnated and have been slowly going down since, unfortunately, but I doubt that. I'm pretty sure that's going to change whenever I finish or about to finish. So yeah, it's no YouTuber's giving me a shout out though. No YouTuber uh has said anything about it on any platform. I guess if you count Real Jake, the person who does like Reddit reviews or something like that, he did technically give a small shout out. It was more of a reference than anything. Somehow still gained 1,000 subscribers from that, which is kind of ridiculous. This was like a small reference, by the way. Small reference in a community within a small little video, and I still gained a ton of recognition and like attention from that. Like, dang man, that's kind of ridiculous. I can't even imagine if somebody from Minecraft, like no person from Minecraft has actually said anything about this. As insane as that sounds, not a single person. The closest thing that has been to it was the Reddit forum, or just Reddit, not forum, just Reddit, the subreddit for Minecraft. That's the closest that's been to actually being on a Minecraft-based community. It's kind of weird. I actually have more attention outside of the Minecraft community than I actually do inside of the Minecraft community. Which is kind of weird when you think about it. Which actually kind of shows the potential for this project as well, though. For how far it could actually go in terms of from a pure recognition, attention standpoint. But yeah, it's kind of weird. Not saying that won't change though whenever I finish or about to finish. Let's be honest here, there's a good chance it will probably happen. And then this channel will blow up beyond any proportion I could even imagine. Potentially. I mean, there's a good chance of it happening actually. Because it's happened before, so there's a good chance it'll probably happen again, to be honest. History will probably repeat itself like every other time. It's happened 3 times now. And there's a good chance, especially since I'm getting to the end of this project, or I am gonna finish the project, it will probably repeat itself and probably blow up even more. Yeah. I wouldn't say fully solo, unfortunately. I did have a person help at the very beginning, but it's like 99 point. To be honest here, I think majority of the community is still gonna say it's solo. Like, it's pretty much solo, to be honest. Not saying I won't give any credit to my friend that helped me a little bit at the beginning, but I think majority of people are gonna interpret this as solo, which I don't mind, honestly. They're just gonna say this YouTuber insert this YouTuber Mythical has mined an entire Minecraft world or whatever. It's like whatever, I guess. It's fine. But yeah, this will be the first time. Potentially the last time somebody mines an entire Minecraft world. Yeah, like 99.99999% me. I'm talking like, this person only mined like a couple 100,000 blocks. I've mined over 35 million, 40 million. Like, pretty much it's non-existent. Their progress on this project is practically non-existent. The thing they helped with the most was resource gathering at the beginning. Which, to be fair, was pretty crucial, though, so, I mean, it's fine, though. Yeah. It's, pretty much 99.99999% solo. No, it's literally like nothing. Like, it's less than 1%. I'm pretty sure they've mined less than 1% of the world. Like, it literally is 99% solo, at least. Minimum 99% solo. And there were other friends that joined this world, but they didn't even mine. They just did pixel art. Some of the pixel art in this world. So yeah, it's not going to be a matter. They're pretty much going to be irrelevant to myself, honestly. Which I guess makes sense. I mean, I don't think any of my friends would care because they understand how much time I've put into this, so they're pretty much gonna dismiss themselves, to be honest with you, when it comes to progress on this project. I think my friend's already kind of dismissed himself. Almost entirely. This was the main person who even mined, or at least helped mine. Yeah, no, I don't think they'll care, and I really don't think the other communities will care if I... it doesn't matter, though, because it's like, well, still mining an entire Minecraft world, though. This will still be the first instance of somebody even mining an entire Minecraft world. Solo or not, to be honest with you. Solo or not, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. Even the method of mining doesn't even matter, because this still is the first instance of this happening, regardless of the method or not. Maybe the last time, honestly. I mean, if somebody does this again, I'm gonna be genuinely shocked. Or if Sword King actually bucks up and finishes, I'm still gonna be genuinely shocked, to be honest. This might actually be the last time. I mean, we had, like, for example, the Farlands. We thought that's, like, Kilo going to the Farlands was crazy and thinking impossible, but other people did it. I don't think it's gonna be the same for this project. Unlike the other projects, I don't think it'll be the same. I think this project goes so far to the point where I don't know if anybody will actually have the guts to go out of their way to do this project. Even with multiple people, I am very certain on that, to be honest. Not saying it won't happen, but still. This is on a PS4. I've never actually owned an Xbox. I've never had a reason to own one, to be honest with you. Really have never had a reason to own one. The reason why I don't use TNT is because I'm trying to keep the integrity of the project made by Sword King. Pretty much just passing on the torch. The only thing I have different from his is the way I get XP. That's the only thing different, really. But the way I get XP doesn't matter in the end. It's just all about when I'm mining the world. It's funny how he talks about when I'm mining a world, how I'm getting my XP from killing the Ender Dragon over and over again. He talks about having a huge advantage, which I can partially agree with that, but the fact that he actually makes more progress than me on like a monthly basis, if he actually tries, says a lot, honestly. Which, even then, I still don't know if he has the patience for it. Like, he has the patience, but he doesn't have the patience. It's like he has the patience for the project as a whole, but he doesn't have the patience short term to do the project. 'Cause it's like, I mean, sure, yeah, you can have all the patience in the world, but if you have like, the problem is that if you don't take the small victories, then you're not really doing anything. Like, you can wait as long as you want, but if you're not actually going out and doing progress, then you're not really doing anything for this project. Even I kind of make that mistake. Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason why I've been doing this solo is because I pretty much vowed to do this thing solo. Back when my friend left, around 3 million blocks. Average live stream, maybe like 6 hours, because a lot of my live streams are actually just long live streams. I just don't do them very often. So on days that I work, I go around 2 to 4 hours, and then days that I don't work, it's like 10 to 8 hours. So it's around 6, I would say, on average. It just depends, though, on the weeks that I have. Some weeks I don't really work that much on weekends, because it's the time I actually work, depending on what time I wake up. And just how busy I am on days that I don't work, because I do have a full-time job, as much as people may not think I do. I actually do have a full-time job doing this project. And as much as people want to believe and make assumptions about me not having a job, I actually do have one. Because at first glance, most people probably wouldn't think I have one, but surprisingly I do. So I've made a little bit of money, a lot more than I thought I would have, but probably not worth it to most people, to be honest with you. But honestly, considering I had like no expectations to make any money, it's an okay amount. It's actually a really good amount, honestly. I've made around 1,700 total, and that was in the last like 2 years of when I blew up. Which I know it's not that much when you string along it from 2 years, but considering I didn't expect any money, kind of it's quite a bit actually. And I make around $70 per month from Patreon, yeah, Patreon members. Or Patreon members, I guess you could say. It's kind of weird saying that, but yeah, Patreon memberships. And most of that money was in like 6 months or whatever when I blew up, because this channel kind of faded away slowly at around 40, 50, 60%, somewhere around there. After around 50%, this project kind of faded, but it's understandable though. I don't really expect many people to actively stay in this channel or community. I really don't expect it. Now, I'm not saying all these people probably won't come back when I finish, or there's probably a lot more people lurking on this channel than I think there is, to be honest. Yeah, it's alright, honestly. Considering everything. That may change when I finish. I don't know what I'm gonna get when I finish this project. To be honest with you, it might get a bit crazy. Cannot speak apparently right now. I mean, considering I made like $300 in one day from like a pretty decently sized blow up, I can't even imagine what's gonna happen when all those people that originally came for this project are probably gonna come back. Because I mean, from what I've noticed, expectations are a bit weird when it comes to colloquial expectations. Meaning like just a fancy word of saying collective. Basically just the collective expectations, which are basically just um I've just noticed that it just generally shifts towards negative expectations, which is actually okay. In my case, it's actually okay if you think about it. It's actually a good thing. Because the thing is, if you shatter that expectation, so first thing it's like, okay, it's hard to win over people's expectations because it's like, okay, they don't expect you to do that thing. Because I mean, this thing literally takes thousands of hours to finish. But the thing is, if you shatter that expectation, you get even more than originally what you could have gotten. So people having high expectations is actually a good thing in this case because if you completely shatter it, it blows everything else out and you get an insane amount of respect or insane amount of respect. It probably will blow up. That's not even accounting for the nether at the end, by the way. I mean, who says it probably won't blow up whenever I finish the nether at the end either? But I mean, there's a pretty good chance it will blow up right before and right after. It may even blow up more than once, just because of the way the cycle works with these projects. Honestly, I probably will. It's just like, because it's not even accounting for, because I get both the best of, yeah, the nether and the end. I get the best of both worlds. I get the world of, you know, of legend status for doing this project on its own. And then I basically become a meme in the process as well, or I probably will become one. That one I'm not too sure about, but there's a pretty good chance, to be honest. Or I'll at least be referenced a lot in mining, any form of mining in Minecraft, which, to be fair, mining takes up a lot of Minecraft. But, at least not as much as it used to, but you know. Uh, I get the best of both worlds, the extremes, I guess you'd say, of both worlds. Which is extremely powerful when you think about it. So as much as people harp about this thing not really being that important, I think it's a little bit more impactful than people may first realize. Mainly just because the insanity of it. I think will draw a bunch of people into this. I mean, that's probably the reason why it even was insane to begin with. So basically, we have the insanity of the project itself. I swear to God, my voice. The insanity of the project itself, and then the uh, the legendary status from especially from the console community, like the legacy community. The people who really understand this project. Primarily. Yeah, from the US. No, I sleep. I just woke up early. Unless you're talking about in the game, then in that case I don't. Because I'm on peaceful, and I'm not dealing with this. I'm not dealing with this with higher difficulties than peaceful. This project already is insane enough. I'm not burdening myself with extra bits. I already have to deal with enough of annoying things like dealing with inventory and pickaxes. I don't want to keep track of daylight, and I don't want to keep track of mobs, and I don't want to keep track of food. This project already takes like 3,000 hours anyway. Hence why I actually almost completely believe that nobody else will do this project. Just because of the sheer time commitment for this project alone. The numbness factor combined with... Actually, there's three factors. The first factor would be there's not really any motivation to do this project after I finish it. Good luck with that. Finding actual motivation to do this project. Boredom is not enough, trust me. Second reason is the sheer insane amounts of time for this project. That's probably one of the biggest hurdles, which, I mean, that's not... I wouldn't say it's the biggest hurdle. The third is probably just numbness. But honestly, I think the first point is probably the most important. I mean, let's be honest here. If somebody's motivated even the slightest bit within a community, they'll probably do it. There's always that one person that will do it, even with the slightest bit of motivation to actually pull off the project or game or achievement or difficulty or, you know, anything like that. But since this thing really doesn't have any, I really don't think anybody else will do it. The only motivation I can think of is one-upping me. There we go. And the only way you can really one-up me is by doing a small or medium world. Which, I mean, I don't know about that one because that takes an extra 50% time. So, if you want to spend 4,500 hours onto a project, to be fair, that's also accounting for like breaks and stuff like that, the 3,000 hours. It's like 2,500 hours. So if you still want to spend another, probably, yeah, another like 1,500 hours, maybe another 1,000, depending on how fast you do it, on top of this project, then go ahead and do it. But I don't think there's any motivation for anybody to do this. So I can't do keyboard. I can only do controller, hence why I'm only mining like this. Because the legacy version is not compatible with keyboards. It's not compatible with mouse or keyboard. Mice or keyboards. I don't know, I'm pretty excited though for the end of this project finally. It's funny how somebody was talking about my finally get my freedom back from this project, but it's like not entirely. I'm still doing the nether in the end. Which, by the way, that's gonna take another 500-600 hours. Probably. Maybe even more, honestly. I know how long the end is gonna take. It's like 120 hours or something like that for the end, which is nothing compared to this at all. But the the nether, that's the one. That's the wild card one for sure. That's definitely the wild card out of the batch of 3 dimensions. That one I think will probably take 400, probably at 400, probably at like a minimum, probably like 600 at best, or not at best, but like I would probably mark around 600 hours, between 400 and 600, somewhere around that number. I haven't actually encountered those lately. I don't know why. I don't understand how lag works in this world. There were some spots so I started lagging. They're gone now for some reason. I don't understand, but I mean, whatever, I guess. I guess I'll just take it. It doesn't make any sense either. That made absolutely no sense of where I was lagging. I mean, I guess my storage area, but at the same time, it wasn't even loaded in, so it doesn't make any sense either. So I have no idea. They were just gone. 2024. Probably. I'd say 2024 is actually a pretty safe bet, to be honest. Maybe even by 2023, just, I mean, that's if I do it pretty well, though. There's still a few things I have to do in the overworld, like mining all the ores, which, by the way, I have to mine like 150,000 ores, because I keep all of them, like with Silk Touch. I still have to mine all those, so it's like 150,000 ores. By the way, like 120,000 of it is like coal or whatever. I think I have to mine even more than that actually. But I think it's a low ball amount. I think I'm lowballing it at 150k. I still have to do Patreon because I do have a Patreon at the bottom for like membership. So like $1 will get you a sign on the edge of the world. So if you wanted to support the channel or project with a dollar or whatever, you could do that. And then there's like I'm also creating a beacon as well, so if somebody wants to support even a little bit more, they could do that and get their like name on a beacon that I'll be lighting up at the end of the project, which I still have to get some. I need to get more beacons for that anyway, which I may just reuse the beacons that I have, or use some of the beacons I already have from the other parts of the project. And then what else is there? There's also a legacy Patreon, which is quite a bit more expensive, but you get pixel arted name in this world as well, onto the edge of the world. Now 2024 is pretty reasonable. I think that's extremely casual. I'd say that's pretty reasonable to say. Maybe like mid 2023 or something like that. Mid 2023, maybe even like early 2024, somewhere around there. Also during that Patreon stream, I'll be doing a Q&A as well. Be doing a double dose, because I don't want to make a whole stream just for Q&A, that's kind of crazy. For something as simple as this, it's not like it's that complex of something to make a Q&A stream on. That's also the end is also including the I'm contemplating doing this. It's so pretty much the entire project is Dimensional Massacre, or the entire like like grand scheme of the project is Dimensional Massacre, which is the overworld, which is Bedrock Massacre. Also, each of the worlds will have their own color scheme or color like border. So like, or theming, I guess you could call it. Like Bedrock Massacre will have green, Nether Massacre will be red, and Void Massacre, which would be purple. Which you could probably already guess what each of those dimensions are, to be honest. And then the entire project itself is Dimensional Massacre. So yeah, it's and then after that, I really don't have any reason to do this channel anymore, to be honest with you. I may just leave this channel on a high note. So if you're wondering what I'll do after the overworld, nether, and end, I just don't think there's any reason to do anything in this. I just will probably focus on other things, to be honest with you. I really have no other incentive in this game. Actually, really in gaming in general, besides the only other game I realistically play. I mean, I'll play other games occasionally, but it's really just playing Smash Ultimate. Even then, I still may not even be playing that game that much. But yeah, that's pretty much all I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna end the channel on a high note after I finish the overworld, nether in the end. May do like one more Q&A stream and then head off or whatever, but that maybe the last stream is like a Q&A stream or like a Patreon Q&A stream. The Emerald? Emerald is, at least in this world, it's actually non-existent. To obtain, Emerald's definitely more reasonable to obtain, but to mine itself, it's pretty much impossible in this world. Emerald is far rarer. It's only because it's only in one biome, though, to be honest. It's just, you could just obtain it pretty easily from villagers, though, to be honest, so it's not like it's that big of a problem. I will consider it, like, I'll definitely consider it, going further with YouTube, being a YouTuber, but it's more like, I, I think it's just, I'll see, honestly, I'll just see what I can do, to be honest, to being a YouTuber. I'll see, honestly. I can usually find a path in almost anything, so it's hard to say, to be honest. It just depends on the amount of people that are willing to stay and are willing to watch more content on this channel. Not saying I can't be a YouTuber, but it's like, it just really depends on who's willing to really stay long term after I finish the overworld, the nether, and the end. Because, I mean, there is a huge break between each of the dimensions, so the amount of people who will constantly stay will probably be diminishing. It depends, though. I mean, most people don't really stay for streams that much, but if I get enough people to stay, like, cycle through, then, I mean, I've told people to take advantage of, like, staying with these streams a bit, because it's like, if I get big, then people are just gonna ruin their chance to actually stay and talk and stuff like that. It just really depends on how this project gets received, to be honest with you. The amount of influence, if like a ton of influencers say something about this project, then I mean, that'd be pretty amazing, to be honest with you. It just really depends on how far this project actually goes. If this project can go as far as like if the publicity of this project goes as far as I go with this project, then yeah, it could definitely get insane. But it just really depends on who's really willing to say so, who's willing to say something about it, and who's willing to actually go out of their way to care about this project and actually say something. Like one of the bigger influencers of the community, who's which of them are willing to care enough to actually make a video on this project. Really depends. That's why I'm pretty excited for it, honestly. It's just, I'm really curious at how this thing will be received when it's actually finished, because from what I've seen, it has a ton of attention, even at 40%. It's still got a ton of attention, hence, you know, the subscriber count and the fact that it just gets so many views. I mean, not a ton of views, but like, just a bunch of people joining at a given time. That was only like 40%. I can't even imagine what it's gonna be like when I actually finish. Because I really wonder how many people just doubted this project. This world is pretty trippy. Did you know after I finish this, water will literally be extinct in this world? There's no other way to get water. As insane as that sounds, I will actually be removing every bit of water in the world. I mean, if you don't count the fountains and stuff like that that I have, anything that I made will still be here, but if I removed all the water that I have, literally water will be non-existent. Also, when I get rid of the nether, lava will be non-existent. And that, you know what also that means? That means the nether will also be completely unobtainable. If I don't have a nether portal in this world, it will literally be unobtainable. As ironic as that is. The only place I can go is the end. No, I mean, I'll keep water. I'm just saying, like, water, natural water will be extinct. Like, any form of extra water that I can get, it will literally be extinct from this world. No natural water. Because I can't take any waters from the borders, and there's no other water, so... Lava is going to be probably the most valuable resource, as weird as that sounds in my world, or at least one of the most valuable resources. Ooh, God, I almost broke that. Glad I saw it last second. You know what? Actually, out of curiosity, I wonder how close I was to breaking that when I go and just save it fast and do this. Okay, never mind. I actually wasn't that far away from breaking it. I swear, pickaxes are so annoying just because of the fact that they take so long to actually use. So you actually have to be pretty... I really don't like attention spans. I wish the attention span was much longer than it actually is. I wish my attention span was longer than it actually was. Most of my stuff is just focus, pure focus. As weird as that sounds, I know people always say like my attention span is huge. It's actually not that big. It's literally just pure focus for the most part. I have the occasional attention, but I don't really have much I mean, I don't have much attention in the long run. It's primarily just focus. No, go and say something. Do like code red. If you see me like forgetting about the pickaxe, or you see it's about to die. When I say about to die, I'm talking like if it's at 1 bar, which is that tiny red sliver. My chat used to do code red within the community. Within my community, we used to do code red because I'd forget about the pickaxes so often. Just do code red. Speaking of that, I do need to save though. Because attention's just what you're doing. Focus is diverting your attention, I guess you could say. Like, attention is just what you're doing at the moment. It's how much effort are you really putting into something. And then it's like devotion in a way. Devotion is like putting in that effort. It's like going all in, I guess. And then focus is diverting it. It's like it's kind of hard to explain it, but it's like moving that attention in a way. Think of like a flashlight, like a really hot flashlight, like a really powerful flashlight. The more powerful the flashlight, pretty much the more attention in a way, like the amount um where you move that flashlight is like the focus. As weird as that sounds, it's kind of in a weird analogy to those two terms, but that's the best terms I could probably possibly think of. So like in my case, I put in a lot of focus. Like I'll hold on to something, I could divert myself very easily, like extremely easily. Not saying I do it all the time, I could just do it very easily. It's pretty natural for me, but the problem is I don't put enough like effort or attention into something. I don't go all the way, I guess you could say it. I don't go the extra mile for something. Not always, at least. But when I actually do go the extra mile, it gets crazy, because when you take all that focus, that insane levels of focus, and you add on attention, um, it gets, you know, you get stuff like this. You get almost once in a lifetime projects like this. Like, to be fair, this is like the first time, this project was like the first time I've actually had a glimpse of actually putting in real effort and putting in real focus, like, not fake focus. What I mean by fake focus is like looking like I'm focusing on something, but I'm actually not. Or even like looking like I'm putting in extra effort, but I'm actually not. This is one of the few instances that I've done where I've actually truly focused, like fully focused, and have put in at least some effort. I still wouldn't say I've went the full mile, but I mean, I've definitely put in far more effort on this than most things, to be honest with you. And I've been transferring those skills or that mentality onto other things. Probably one of the most powerful things I've learned, actually, is devotion itself, how powerful it really is. Pretty much doing the thing for the sake of doing it. That's basically devotion. That's what, like, true attention, true effort really is. True effort is devotion, which is literally doing that thing for the sake of doing it instead of, you know, trying to get something out of it or thinking it's too difficult or whatever and just going, you're just jumping in. It's like jumping into a ice bath or whatever. It's like, you know, you won't, nothing will actually harm you, or anything like that. You know it's safe, you know other people have done it, but it's like, if you won't actually put in that effort to go do it, then you probably won't jump in. But I've had a big problem with that, with especially career-wise, for the past 2 years or so. Is that problem of not actually jumping in fully, or at least even partially fully, or like partial jump in. I was still almost like, it's like looking around at something. It's almost like if you're shopping or something. Like, this is pretty much what I did, like when it comes to effort versus how much effort I really put into something. It's almost like looking. It's like, imagine if somebody was going to a store and buying something, but they were just looking from the outside, looking at the store. That's basically what I did. I didn't actually buy anything. I didn't put any investment into it. I didn't put any money into it, whatever. I was just looking from the outside. Big issue, honestly. That I've been trying to iron out recently. But this all really, honestly, it truly comes from motivation. Um, the thing is, I think the biggest problem that people have when it comes to doing stuff and putting in effort, actually, not even effort, like focusing and actually holding on to something, because focus is also holding on to something as well. It's being able to cling on to something. Realistically, it's just like people aren't really willing to hold on to something. Like, they want something, but it's like, nah, I don't actually want it. It's like, well, why did you want it in the first place? It's like, well, because, I mean, motivation. It's usually just bad motivation most of the time. People don't have the correct mindset towards something. Um, if they don't really know what they're getting into, um, like they don't understand the harsh reality into whatever they're getting into or whatever, then their motivation is just going to be thrown off, and then they just give up. And it's like, wow. And then people wonder why people burn out. You can burn out doing like most people burn out because they're like putting in a lot of effort, but you can also burn out by putting too much desire into something as well. Because usually your mind's trying to tell you to stop desiring that thing. It's your mind is trying to tell you to balance. The reason why people burn out is because of the lack of balance. To be honest with you, like that's the biggest problem with people that burn out. People usually burn out because it's a lack of balance, even especially long term. Some people may not burn out short term, but long term they will. Um, and it causes some regret that people usually have. That they can't really get that back. I mean, yeah, they can like start. Now, at the same time, regret in itself isn't really a good mentality either. Because at least you learned in the process to balance things out. I mean, you can't. I don't know why you would regret. Because if you regret something like that, you wouldn't learn the lesson in the first place. You really wouldn't. I mean, it's kind of weird in that way. It's like if you regret doing this thing, but what did you learn from not? What did you learn from regretting that thing? It's like, well, there's no point in really regretting something if you're really gonna learn from the thing. To be honest with you, it's like, why did you burn out? It's like, well, because of this thing. It's like, okay, well, you learn about what you don't want to do or like to do or whatever, or you learn to actually balance things. There's no point in really regretting that. Because burnout usually causes regret, from what I've seen. I mean, regret, or not regret, Yeah, I drink water actually pretty frequently. Usually after every pickaxe, but sometimes I do it in between pickaxes. Now the thing is, when it comes to regret though, when it comes to regret, it's a bit weird though because I think the only time regret's actually suitable is if it's literally irreversible damage. Just give me a second. What's up, Planet? I think that's the only time regret's even like a suitable thing to have. It's mentality. Like, there's one thing in making a mistake, but being able to fix it, but honestly, there's some mistakes that just you really can't really fix. I have no idea how much a PSN account is worth. Are you talking about like the total amount for an account or like the monthly rate for a PSN account? Oh Jesus. Yeah, that speaking of irreversible damage, my god. My only biggest thing is career. That's one of those things where it's like, it's really hard for me to make that career leap, to be honest with you, because I don't want to. I'm really torn when it comes to careers, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, careers are one of those things where it's like, I really don't know what I want to do, at least in terms of a career. Like, I have a good sample platter, I guess you could say. At least from a knowledge point of view. No, I saw your message. Yeah, I don't know how much it's worth, honestly. I don't know what you mean by worth. Do you mean like the monthly rate? 'Cause it's like $5 per month or something like that. Unless you mean like something, unless you mean like a total value or whatever. Unless you're talking about different messages. Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. Ask YouTube why their or yeah, ask YouTube why their watch count is very jank. Honestly. What's up? I have no clue how to say your name. Is that it? I don't think it. I wouldn't think a 2009 account would be that valuable though. Our PSN account in general would be that valuable. Wait, what do you mean rate? I could be totally wrong. I don't know that much about PSN accounts and their value, but I don't know how a PSN account would be really that valuable. I mean, I guess unless you have extremely rare trophies, but even then, who would actually value a PSN account enough to buy it? Personally. I mean, is this PS3? PS4? What console is this? Wait, then why are you trying to find the value of it? The PSN account itself or a trophy? Because you were talking about the PSN account being valuable. Because value isn't always based on just the trophy itself, and I don't think people really value that accounts that much. Unless you're talking about just the value of the trophy, or the value of the trophies individually. Oh, okay, never mind. What are you doing with it then? If you're wondering the value of it, why are you wondering the value of it? It's just pure curiosity? Because honestly, I have no idea how to value PSN accounts. Like at all, actually. I very rarely touch trophies. I accidentally got one of the rarest trophies in this game on accident in one of the dumbest ways possible, but even then I still don't really check trophies at all actually. I have no clue how to value. I mean, I have a PS3. I don't know if I'd actually go out of my way to plug out my PS3, boot it up, load up all my stuff, and then check the PSN account. Not like I would provide much use anyway. Because it's like, I can't determine the value of a PSN account. I have no clue how to do that. ...2009... I think I was in second grade. Second grade, maybe third. Probably not. I mean, I just have no idea how to value those accounts at all, actually. I was in second or third. I don't exactly remember. I'm pretty sure it was third grade. I know 2008 was second grade for sure. I just don't remember if second grade included 2009 or not. I guess half and a half, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure second grade was 2008, third was 2009, fourth 2010, fifth 2011, and then I know sixth for sure was 2012, so yeah, never mind. No, that makes sense, years-wise, for me. Yeah, it's... At least for me, that's correct. You could probably see what I've had to go through in the past 4 years, though, for having to deal with this project. I have no idea if you can rate trophies, unless you're asking me directly to rate trophies by that question. And I didn't even have to deal with external stuff. There was also internal problems that I had to deal with as well. So yeah, that's been quite the pain to deal with, let me tell you. Fortunately, I've been sorting it out for the last 2 years or so internally. I'm more or less sorting it out externally the past. It basically went from like 2018. It was like, alright, well, I'm pretty much in a dead spot, personally, life-wise, internally and externally. And then 2018, between 2018 and 2020, maybe even 2021 to be honest with you, 2018 to 2020 was like a learning process. 2021 was like applying internal, like self-help type of stuff. And then 2022 is external, like feedback from that internal, usage of my knowledge that I've used. 2021 and 2022 were like testing years, I guess you can call them. What's up, Connor? That's actually the only time I've blown up during this project. It was between March and June is when I blew up primarily. I did blow up a little bit of last year in December, but that's pretty much when I mainly blew up. After that, it kind of went downhill. Actually, it's still been going downhill. Fortunately, since I'm at the end of the project, it probably blow up again, so that's pretty nice. It's probably the one of the two things I'm primarily excited for. Well, besides finishing the project itself, of course, but it's probably the second thing I'm excited for within this project is the amount of feedback I get from this community, or even in the internet as a whole, honestly, because this thing has reached even further than the community, Minecraft community. Actually, I've gotten more from the internet itself more than the actual Minecraft community. It's kind of weird. I've actually gotten more from that than, you know, it's kind of ridiculous to think about, to be honest. And very ironic, to be honest. You know what's funny about that? Somebody actually made a joke about that in one of the articles people wrote. They made a joke about it at some point. I forgot which article it's called though. Just a random article. They added some flavor to it, to be honest, that article. They didn't just copy and paste it. Let me see if I can find it real fast, just for like a couple minutes. Thank you, oh wait, no, never mind. Wait, did you already subscribe with the other account? I still have no clue how to say your name. Tave? Tave? Something like that, right? GameSpot? I don't remember. It's high. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought about doing that. I don't think I can find it. Maybe not, never mind. Alright. I don't even know if it's really worth it personally though. Like, I spent. It'd be different if this project was only like a couple hundred hours or something like that, but considering the amount of pressure that's probably gonna have, the amount of pressure I'm probably gonna have from doing this project, and the amount of pressure I'm putting on myself as well. Now, I could, the only thing else I could do is, I could also just wait a second, like give it some time. Instead of not minding it at all, I could just wait like 5 seconds. Make like weird anticipation, but at the same time the pressure may just get to me and I'll just forget entirely. Because it's heat of the moment type of things. It's like playing a game, uh, practicing something and then playing against somebody else. Like, yeah, it's basically like practicing a game versus playing a game against somebody else. You're probably gonna forget something, because of the pressure, so it's a pretty good chance I'll probably forget, or I don't really, not at the moment, at least I probably wouldn't care in the moment, at least. I don't think I would fully remember to do that. It's hard to say though. I think the pressure will get to me though. I'm gonna be surprised if less than 100 people are watching this though. This would be genuinely shocking. Considering I get at least like 100 people probably even seeing each video. To be honest with you. I probably get like a minimum of 100 people seeing, that actively look at these, streams. To be honest with you. I'm gonna be very shocked if only 100 people. Go out of their way to see this project. Can't believe I'm going to the end again. This is the third time I'm pretty sure going to the end. Alright, see ya, Duncan, and thank you as well. Lord have mercy. Can't believe that missed.